establishment Democrats.
And strong turnout on the left could have massive implications for the midterm.
Yeah, it was way over 2022. Alexis McAdams joins us now live in Manhattan with the details. Alexis.
Hi, good morning. I heard you guys talking about this earlier. For people here, some of them like these DSA ideas, but it's going to have to be seen if people like this across the country. When you travel around, they talk about DSA candidates, but in New York City, the Big Apple, the three that Mamdani backed, the three Democrats, were able to knock out establishment Democrats. I want to show you who they are. All three of them won. It was a three-peat last night for Mamdani, so we'll see how he's feeling today. He's standing, though, by their far-left agendas. Two of Mamdani's fellow Democratic socialists, Daria-Liza Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and Brad Lander. So people at home are like, who are these people? I've never even heard of them, and that's what they say. The point is they're pushing to abolish ICE and overhaul the Democratic Party.
And finding that, the system of capitalism and racism and white supremacy, etc., and Islamophobia have all been used, to colonize lands, right, to take resources from other people. And so this is like a long trajectory. And we're just seeing the manifestations of that continuation, right, with 9/11. And so a lot of times when people are asking us to respond about, attack, right, if you look back, historically, right, a lot of us come from lands that were colonized, lands where wars are being waged, right? A lot of times because of U.S. policy or the policies in Europe. And so I find that we can connect over that, but then also that the idea that we have to apologize for a terror attack that a couple of people did, and then there is no apologies or reparations for genocides and for slavery, etc., is something that I kind of find reprehensible.
Solidarity is the force that we need to vanquish Trump's fascism, to abolish ICE, and to stand up to the billionaires.
Abolish ICE, free Palestine, organize your union, and join DSA.
I see a New York that we can all afford. I see a New York that truly invests in its babies, not bombs.
They're calling it a sweep. They're calling it the sweep that the Knicks couldn't make. That's what they're saying. That's what I've heard. We were able to go out. We were able to turn out. We were able to knock on doors. And we were able to get voters to realize that a better future is possible. That do-nothing Democrats that have spent decades upon decades sitting on their comfortable thrones, collecting paychecks for corporate donations and foreign lobbies, they better recognize that a new politics is coming to the rest of the country, because every single victory that Americans see gives them confidence that a better future is possible.
Whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress, is that a year ago, it was not the end of a political movement. It was the beginning. And let's hear it for a politics that will never forget working people. For a politics that is ready to write a new chapter in our party's history.
Well, New York City matters because the two most exciting left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffrey. This is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency, and the roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party, and you can't write off New York City because this is the place where both, it's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency, and they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time. There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, it is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
Well, and if you're a moderate Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van, I mean, they're all going to get asked about the positions that we're hearing from these other fellow Democrats.
Well, look, I think, from our frontline Democrats will be able to make their case for themselves. I think they'll be able to do okay. We got a lot of national security Democrats in other parts of the country, but this is a big deal tonight. And I think that look, I don't know what you want me to say here. This is a straight up battle between the establishment and the insurgency, and the establishment is getting its butt kicked tonight in New York City.
If the socialists win, I agree with, they're going to feel like they have the wind at their back. You're going to see Mamdani-inspired candidacies across the country. You already are. Michigan is a great example. There's a Senate primary going on there, and I think Abdul El-Sayed is ahead in that. He has a great chance to win. He's exactly like these socialist candidates in New York City. It's not just confined to a few districts here. It is spreading already, and if they win, you're going to see this inspiration for these kinds of candidacies across the country. The implications for the Democratic Party out there for 2028 are vast.
Well, but I have stood next to Daria Lisa, and I have said, our next congresswoman. And I've said these words in the way that many of us will say, inshallah. And I've said these words in the way that many of us will say, inshallah. And I've said these words in the way that many of us will say, inshallah.
Well, if you don't know what he just said, I urge you to go look it up. Mamdani, in the biggest city in the United States, the financial capital of the world, the jewelry capital of the world, the fashion capital maybe of the world, just basically swore allegiance to Alo Alo Snack Bar. Inshallah, I believe is how you say it. Inshallah. As soon as the results came in, didn't say God bless America, didn't say anything regarding America, basically just came out and said what you would expect him to say. You see, here's how I looked at it last night. I took all day to formulate an opinion on this. And so what I think happened last night is the dam officially broke. It's done. You can hear the water running through the cracks if you listen close enough. The United States Congress is about to be flooded with a large group of people who openly call themselves Democrat, socialist, and proud communists. Let me just tell you right now, you can go back and look at history. There's no such thing as a Democrat socialist. That's like using the word undocumented. They made it up. They made the phrase up to try and make it sound softer to people. Bernie Sanders, not sure if he was the one that coined that phrase, but there's no such thing as a democratic socialist. So the first thing today, make it a point never to say Democrat socialist. All your friends, your family members, your coworkers, they need to know these people are socialist. Don't get caught up in the vocabulary that once again they tried to sanitize and tell us they're Democrat socialists. They're actually communist. And if you want to see exactly how that happened, just look at what went down in New York City's primaries. I want to tell you something. Take the 7th District. We're talking about a city with what, 20 million, 10 million, 9 million people? The 7th District, I don't know if anyone's told you this all day, only 70,000 people voted. Less than 10% of the residents in that district voted. 10%. So they knew if they could mobilize the people they wanted to mobilize, they were going to win. The rest of the lazy-ass, apathetic New Yorkers woke up this morning and went, what? What do you mean a socialist won? Yeah, because you were outside, eating bonbons or watching television, and you didn't go vote. And that's how they win in area after area. They make sure they nominate nut jobs, certifiable nut jobs, who cheer for Hamas, who talking about, I'm going to use the American flag as to wipe my butt. Yeah, that's how she ran her entire campaign. There's so much to go over in terms of these people. By now, you've probably heard it all. But the bottom line is they were able, as Hassan Piker said, to turn out the vote. Well, you didn't have to work that hard in a city of 10, 15 million people. 10 or 15 million people in a district with 700,000 people, they brought out 10%. They make it seem like they overwhelmingly won, that they had such a great turnout. They got less than 10% and were able to turn an entire city because nobody in the city gave a crap. You can't let that happen where you live. You can't let the Jew hatred, you can't let the American hate just take over this way. This is not a fringe thing. This is the new normal. There is no Democrat Party. Let's just go ahead and put a gravestone up. In what used to be the greatest city in the world, they have taken over. Now, let me tell you what this really means. Number one, the majority of New Yorkers have become dejected, apathetic losers. And if you're from New York City, I'm just going to tell you that's your label right now. You sit back in your rent-stabilized apartments watching the city burn, assuming somehow New York will just survive no matter what. You've been idling while the worst elements in our society turn the place into an unlivable hellscape that Americans won't recognize. Number two, there's a substantial minority of highly motivated, highly funded morons running on third world kabuki theater. They're only too happy to burn the city down. They don't care. They'll do anything based on behalf of their retarded, how can I say this, Islamic pornographic fantasies about revolution and resistance. It's insane. Republicans and every other group need to be mobilizing and organizing to meet this stuff, which is something they know we don't do. We don't do well at all. We fight each other. We're so bitchy over here about things, and they don't watch that these people are galvanized. They have the mindset that they need to take over, and they also have the mindset that you can't stop them. And guess what? They're right. They're proving that they are right. There was no chance that they should have won. There's no way that they should out-motivate a silent majority. But all the warning signs were flashing red and people ignored it. Now, New York is a full-blown, I guess I can call it Mamdanistan. You want to know why the socialists are winning in New York? It's pretty simple to see, because New York is already, and has been for quite some time, a failed socialist welfare state. Now, I want you to listen to these numbers, maybe even take some notes here. I don't know how it happened. 42% of New York City residents, I didn't say Americans, 42% of New York City residents are on Medicaid. 42%. 20%, a full 1 out of 5, 20% are on food stamps. 33% live in rent-stabilized apartments. 1 of every 20 people already lives in public housing. 25% of the people who do work for the government or some sort of government-funded nonprofit or an NGO. Now, those numbers are staggering because nobody ever talks about that. The city of New York has somehow morphed into a socialist state without socialist leaders. Now, they're just stepping in because they're going to take over what's already happening. The New York City, just one city, the New York City budget for their government is more than the entire state of Florida. Let that sink in. New York State's budget is larger than Texas and Florida combined. The city has fallen, the lunatics are in charge, and the only question left is, when do they finally run out of other people's money? And how long will people stay once this stuff comes into action? This isn't just happening in New York. This is the blueprint they are going to use for the entire country. Open borders, free everything, defund the police, abolish ICE, tax the people who are actually working until there's nothing left to tax. Then they'll come for your retirement, your savings, your children's futures. This is what happens when you let the takers outnumber the makers. When you let the radical left control the school system, the media, the culture. When good people stay home on election night, this is what happens. We all saw it coming. We warned about it for years, both myself and many other people. Pay attention to these people. But now the dam is breaking and it has been made official. The radicals are no longer hiding. They're sitting up on a stage saying, F America, tear it down, everything you stand for, it means absolutely nothing, and they're winning. They're not even pretending to be moderates anymore. At one of the campaign rallies after they won, and Hakeem Jeffries showed up on the big screen, and they all in unison yelled, "We're coming for you next." The Democrats themselves aren't safe. They don't even have to fix their eyes on us yet. They just need to remove the Democrats who are in their way. That's why the idiot, the Nazi from, Maine, he is one of them. Bernie is pushing him. They're pushing all of this ideology. Doesn't matter how small or white the state is. They are tricking people to join socialism. Let somebody else take care of you. They can wave their little red flags right in your face. They're coming for Congress. They're coming for your state legislatures. They're coming for every level of power that they can get their hands on. And I know a lot of you, because I'm one, a boomer conservative. I consider myself a MAGA warrior. And after this, watching this, you may think, well, they can't come where I am. Yeah, they can. You know why? Because they know the number. They know how many people they need to get to turn out. See, right now, in your own area, wherever you live right now, you can go dig up the data and say, how many people voted in our last election? How many people voted for our state people? How many voted for our congressmen nationally? Find that number. And then when you find that number, and it's not the big number you think, it's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that this whole thing could flip with like 15 or 20,000 people? You're going to be shocked. See, the guy or lady who won in your district, she may have won with 50,000 votes, and the challenger had 30. And they look at that and go, we only need 15 to 20,000. That's one college campus. That's one college campus of going to kids and saying, guess what? You're 18 and everything sucks and you need to do this and be a socialist. Bam, election changed. Because our election turnout sucks so bad because we've gotten comfortable. Some of us got a little bit heavy and we haven't worked in the elections. We haven't gotten out there. So I hope you're getting all kinds of fired up. You should be. Should you be afraid? I'll say it. Hell yes. See, anger alone isn't enough. Fear is what drives people. Anger makes you just pissed off and just want to just ignore it all. Fear that your way of life is going to be usurped by a bunch of socialists hopefully will get you fired up to take action and to watch what's going on. We need to wake up. We need to wake up the entire silent majority out there in every city, in every suburb, every small town. We need to remind everybody that America is not a welfare state. America is a meritocracy built by producers, protected warriors, and best of all, blessed by God. But we can't just wait for God to take care of it. That's how they win. We need to get out there. You need to talk to your neighbors. You need to talk to your family, even the ones who didn't vote for Trump. See, this is where we are at this point. This is a great unifier. We're wondering, how do we unify? You just found it. Like, wait a second. I know you hate Trump. I understand, he turns you off. But would you rather socialists run the country? I mean, at this point, the lesser of two evils may be enough to unify people. I understand you think Trump's an ass. Whatever you think, have you seen what these people want to do? Hey, John, I understand. You got a nice house. You got a nice spread here. You worked for 20 or 30 years. I understand you hate Trump. But you see what these guys are going to do to your house, your family, your girls. Show them the pictures of what socialist paradises look like in real time in New York City, in San Francisco, in every blue hellhole. We're going to win by showing regular Democrats, normal people who just don't like Trump, that you don't have a choice. I hate putting it in those terms. It sucks to say, it's one or the other, but it is. There is no third choice that's going to be of any substance. You're either an American or you're not. It's really going to be that simple. The midterms are going to amount to be, are you an American? Do you have American values? Or have you shunned American and have decided, F America, I don't want to participate in the United States experiment anymore? That's it. Those are your choices. They're going to let you know. They're going to say, screw police, screw jail, screw ICE, screw government. Is that where you want to live? Is that really where you want to live? I think it's going to be an easy choice. Show them the crime, the filth, the empty storefronts, the tent city. Show them how much their taxes are going to be. Show them what happens when conservatives actually govern. Show them what Trump is trying to do. And if you don't want to bring up Trump in the situation, just talk about what happens when you're apathetic. If you decide, no, I'm just going to sit this one out. Because if you sit this one out, I believe Geddy Lee said this in one of his songs, if you choose not to make a choice, you still have made a choice. It may not be worded that way, but it's completely true. You still have made a choice by not choosing. We want energy independence. We want low unemployment. We want strong borders. That's the contrast. That's the choice. Doesn't matter if it's a blonde 80-year-old in the White House, but it does matter if you got these crazy socialists in there. And we cannot be apathetic. Can't do it. Not especially when we're in the majority. We can't just let this country be handed over to the burn it down crowd. Because if New York falls completely, if these radicals take Congress, they will try to do that to America. They will try to do to America what they are going to do to New York City. Only this time, there's no other place to run to. This is it. This is the last stand. Our backs are against the wall, and we need to make sure that we come out fighting. So you're going to have to get off the couch. You're going to have to turn off basketball and football, or at least spend some time digging in here, getting involved, volunteering, donating, voting like your country depends on it, because it absolutely does. The dam broke last night, but we still have time to build a stronger one, especially wherever it is that you are. We have to take our country back. No, put it this way. We have to keep them from taking our country. We are in control. This is Reagan country. This is Trump country. We're not done by a long shot unless you choose to let it happen. And I pray every single one of you watching understands what that means, and let fear guide you. Some of the most successful people, some of the best business decisions weren't made by a whole bunch of data. They were made by fear. Fear can be an extremely strong motivator. And right now, you should be fearful for what's happening in America. They're gonna tear it down. They really will. I'm going to show you some stuff in a little while that's going to prove to you what some of these people have said. And you may have seen it during the day already. Might be need a little underscoring. But my whole idea at this point is we need to bring each other up, and don't let it happen wherever you live. You can't. All right. SB. Before I bring SB, I'll just give you a little bit of scheduling here. We have whatever this event is, they're calling it the Great American State Fair. They say it begins at 7. I'm not sure if it will. Then President Trump is scheduled to talk at 8:30, and I got a whole bunch of content to go through. So we're going to be here for a while, settle in. Hope you had some dinner. One thing I did want to show you is what President Trump did say about this. He goes, Mayor Mondami pulled through 3 solid communists and has received loud and universal applause from the fake news media. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I went 16-0 last night, helping to elect wonderful American patriots, and the media doesn't even say a word. Over the last 2 years, my endorsements has netted 259 primary wins and almost no losses, with zero media attention. Fake news, President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, a lot of fake news. They're not even acknowledging it. But secretly, you can see, I'm going to show you a little bit while, there's quite a few Democrats that are going, oh, crap. Oh, this can't stand. We're about to see the Democrat Civil War come to full fruition. Get your popcorn out because they're going to be imploding between Fetterman and Hakeem Jeffries, and they're going to go after Schumer. And then you got some of the other guys like Warnock and Ossoff. Ossoff, you're done. Shapiro, you're done. Anybody else in the Democrat Party with a Jewish surname, you're done. You thought you were safe in the Democrat Party. Nope. They are taking, as you would expect from, people like that, no prisoners. They're not looking to help anybody. They're not going to show you any mercy. Last night, what's his first name? Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman, who's been a New York politician for a long time, was part of the prosecutorial team against Donald Trump during the impeachment. He got blown out by 30 points. 30 points he got blown out. You know why? Because he's Jewish. That, he's white. But more so because he's Jewish. There is no place, other than if you're Bernie Sanders, there's no place in this socialist network for a Jewish person. Especially someone who, might have taken some money from AIPAC or whatever. They're coming for, I can't say that, they get mad. You know what they're coming for. They're claiming them for sure. All right, let me bring SB on. What you got, man?
Hey, AOC's wearing a hijab these days to make, to mix in with the with all those good old socialist communists in New York City. I mean, right? She's trying to fit in because they don't want, she doesn't want to be attacked. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I can't believe what's going on in New York City. They are totally forked, Barry. They are. It's like Snake, as you put out. Snake is leaving, man.
Yeah.
Plissken, he's out.
There's nothing you can do. I mean, at this point, they have figured it out. They've mathematically figured it out. They were able to get enough of those people into New York City, which you got to go back to a couple years when they were bringing all these millions of people in and they were putting them in these small towns. We're like, why? Because they realized we can flip this town with just this many people. We're talking about a city with millions, and the most, I think the biggest one got 60,000 votes.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking, Barry, that obviously this is great for Florida because everybody's moving down there.
No,
Hopefully
don't come. Don't come.
I know.
No.
Don't come. Well, a lot are, but here's the thing: if they turn off the spigot and there's no money, like that's the thing. Everything's driven by money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Money, money, money. So if somehow the money, like the taxes dry up, or like things that people depend on. I mean, you mentioned it's the financial capital, it's the jewelry, etc. When all that stuff leaves, what do you got? It's gonna become like a big I don't know, just something like Gaza, people out there praying in the middle of the road.
You want the answer to that question? What do they got? They've got China. They've got Germany. They've got Spain. Yeah. All these countries that are funneling money into people. I mean, it's the biggest war. At this point, they don't have to fire a shot. They're taking over from within. And so it's easy. How much do you need? 4 or 5 million? I mean, it costs, that's one missile. Instead, we've got New York City. Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Well, when people are rising up, I mean, it's this violence that you see all the time on X. My video I posted, not my video, but a video. It was deemed too offensive.
Wow.
People were crashing out.
Yeah.
And then there was another one. It's really getting bad. Anyway, I wanted to update you. Talked about Trump coming out for his the remarks. I did a quick grok. And it says that he's expected to deliver his remarks around 8:30 p.m. In a rally speech. So, and then looks like at 7 o'clock, it starts with music, military performances, including flyovers and speakers like Lee Greenwood. So
Yeah.
it's got some good stuff coming.
Before that, I don't. He turned the cameras on again. I wasn't available to do
saw
it.
that.
Yeah, he met with Mark Rutte from NATO, and he turned a couple questions into an hour-long press conference. So I'm gonna.
Are you going to show the whole? Are you going to show that, or try
Yeah,
to show some of it
I'm
while
gonna
we're
go
waiting?
to it. I'm gonna go
Okay.
to it now because I'm sure many
Okay.
people didn't see it, and then everybody can take a look at it for themselves because it's like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe he talked that long. But I guess he felt that he had to, because I know how they don't like taking certain questions, but they had to take the questions today, especially about Mandami and everything else. So and Iran and that too. All right, I'll be back to
I
you.
thought it was.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I thought one of the questions was very interesting about the prices of gas that he called out all the oil companies. I mean, it's about time because I'm wondering too. I mean, here it is. Whenever something happens over in Iran, the price of oil shoots up immediately.
Yeah.
Here it is. The barrel of oil is way down, and we're still at a very high level. So they're definitely price gouging.
Right now, the markets are being manipulated to all. I mean, I'm watching
Holy
gold,
hell.
I'm watching silver, I'm watching oil, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what are y'all waiting for? And it's almost, I'm telling you, it's like the deep state is spending every ounce that they can to stop what's coming, and they can't. That's just it. They can't stop what's coming. So, all right,
All right, off you go.
And what was I going to say? Yeah, I may cut in if there's some singing that I can show. All right, talk to you in a minute.
All right, see you soon.
Thank you, sir. All right, everybody. One of our sponsors tonight is Rumble Wallet. So quick question. How much control do you have over your money right now? You see, technology has changed everything, and now it's changing how money even works. Crypto started as a niche, but now it's going mainstream. Faster payments, more control, fewer middlemen. This isn't hype. It's just where things are going. And getting started today is easier than you think with Rumble Wallet. You can buy anything, whether it be Bitcoin, or you can pay vendors or hold, dollar-backed stable coins, even own digital, other digital assets as well. All in one place. It's a non-custodial crypto wallet, which means you're not a bank or a platform. Neither one control access to your funds. Setup is simple. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your debit card, credit card, or bank card and bank account and be up and running in minutes. And for a limited time, you can start your wallet with $10 free $10 worth of free U.S. stablecoin by downloading the Rumble Wallet and entering my exclusive promo code Barry10 when you sign up now. You can even use your Rumble Wallet to support your favorite Rumble creators, for those of you in Rumble right now. So do this now. Scan the QR code you see on the screen, or click the link in the description, or go to wallet.rumble.com/Barry and download Rumble Wallet. And from there, you can set up your wallet, enter your promo code Barry10 to get your $10 in U.S. stablecoin. This is a limited time offer, so act now, take control of your money, get started with Rumble Wallet today. And I'll let you know terms and conditions apply. See the description below or visit rumble.com/promo official rules for details. Thank you, Rumble. Let's get going here.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, a man who is respected all over the world, actually, but he's in charge of NATO. He's a Secretary General, Mark Rutte, and he's really done a great job. He was not too much involved when they weren't too nice to us at our recent little military skirmish, but he is a man that's respected by everybody. And Mark, maybe you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. And a few things I want to share with the media, with you being here present. And it's about your leadership. First of all, about Iran. I really want to make clear how important it is what you are doing on Iran. This is, first of all, about the nuclear capability Iran was basically getting its hands on. And that would have been a threat to the region. It would have been a threat to the whole world. This is a country which is exporting chaos. It is exporting terrorism. And they were very near to getting their hands on the nuclear capability. You have seen last week with the G7, all the leaders in the G7 applauding the fact that this nuclear capability has been degraded. This is extremely important, and I just want to make this clear, because sometimes people think, why was this whole Iran thing going on? This is about security, about safety. This is the leader of the free world taking responsibility beyond the shores of the United States for the rest of the world, and this is what you did. I know there have been debates about whether your allies in Europe were with you enough. I just want to say one thing, which is sometimes, but let me say one thing, which is I know you think that, but let me, and I know about the let's say your irritation about that. But when you look at the numbers, 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. planes taking off from bases in Europe. In the 6 weeks this war took place, still the ceasefire took place mid-April. Bucharest, the airport in Romania, having to close. It had to close for commercial traffic because they had to make sure that you were able to send a tanker aircraft up in the air. So this is what I know. There have been isolated cases about which you are really disappointed. But generally speaking, your European allies have been there with you. I really want to make the point. 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. planes taking off from European air bases. So that's about Iran. Now I want to take you, if you stay here, I go over to these boards here, because I want to show you what this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart. This chart is about the Trump trillion. The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense since you took office in 2017. Right. Trump 45 plus Trump 47. A total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, so the isolated effect of the extra defense spending in 2025 and in 2026, you see almost $140 billion extra spent nominal on defense by the Europeans and the Canadians, and also this year you will again see an increase by about 120 billion, which brings the total in 2 years of over $250 billion. I can assure you this is because of Russia, because of the threat, but I'm also absolutely convinced that you being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States. This is your evidence. Then, when it comes to jobs, look here. In total, 195,000 jobs being supported by investments. Investments from European companies into the United States, 83,000 jobs supported by that. 112,000 jobs created by the fact that Europeans are massively, about half of all their defense spending when it comes to defense industrial output is spent in the United States. 112,000 jobs. Last year they spent $54 billion on US defense industrial output. There is now a order catalog, order backlog of $300 billion. So $300 billion of defense spending from Europeans buying this in the US over the next couple of years, which is already on the order book. Last year, 54 billion, a total now order book of 300 billion, totally almost 200,000. These are real jobs, real people, like you had yesterday when you spoke in Pennsylvania, the people behind you. But I want to say two things more, if you allow me. First of all, to get all of this done, we had to increase the defense industrial output. There is a big problem. The problem is that both in the United States and in Europe, we are not producing enough. Our stockpiles have to be replenished because of the war in Ukraine and what we do there, and for all the other reasons. You have taken leadership here. Last week, you signed the Defense Procurement Act. You made it possible for companies to work together to be able, therefore, to ramp up their defense production. You have been very harsh with them a couple of weeks ago. I had one of them over in my office. Yeah, it was really harsh. I had one of them over in my office. He was still trembling. One of the CEOs. And I said, this is good. This is exactly what we need. Because we need this extra defense output. This is important for Europe. When I point at all these jobs, of course, also many jobs being created in Europe and in Canada, but again, almost 200,000 here in the United States, supported by all these investments. But it is about defense industrial output, and this is also what the Ankara summit has to be about. The whole first day will be about defense industrial production, because we can spend as much as we want, but we need the interceptors, the missiles, we need the tanks, we need the artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And this is what you are doing that in the US, but also therefore putting all that pressure on the defense industrial base. And finally, you had the G7 last week. I think that was a big success. What you've seen there is that, yes, you are President of the United States, but I want to make this point. For me, you are first of all the leader of the free world. In 2 weeks in Ankara, you will have not 7 countries, you will have 42 countries, the 32 allies, US and the other 31, but also 9 or 10 other countries from the Middle East, from the Indo-Pacific. And they want to hear your lead. You will provide it, I know this. This is what you do in Iran, this is what you do in defense industrial output, on spending and all of this. You being leader of the free world. And now we see it with Ukraine, the fact that Ukraine stays strong in the fight, that you still provide all the stuff they need, paid for by European and Canadian allies, fair enough, but very important for them to stay in the fight and all the other things the United States is doing. So I'm really looking forward to that summit. I know that Erdogan, the president of Turkey, looks forward to receiving his good friend Donald J. Trump. But I just wanted to tell this story because, ladies and gentlemen of the American media, this is important. This is your president, but also leader of the free world, taking the leadership role as is necessary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, after all this, you've been so transformative vis-a-vis NATO, and I think the Secretary General just stated that. You transformed NATO, the like of which nobody would have even thought that you could have done. After all that, do you still think the European allies, like you told me, treated you badly? And if so, what can they do to make things better? And to you, Secretary, can you confirm that all the thousands of flights, as you stated today and yesterday on Fox News, are in compliance with NATO treaties?
Well, let me just say, he's been a friend of mine. He's a great guy, great leader, great Secretary General. Everybody respects him. And I appreciate your nice words, but you really have done a good job. And I think if anybody else were in that position, we wouldn't even be meeting today, to be honest with you, because we were let down. We didn't need help on this at all. We've demolished them in literally the first week. But it would have been nice if they would have said, we'd like to help. We didn't even need it, but it would have been nice if they said that. They didn't say it. But as Secretary General, and he's the boss of the whole operation, he was, I believe if I would have called him, and I didn't bother doing that because I was doing individual countries just to take the temperature and see how they were doing. But I think if I would have called him, he probably would have found a way to help if we needed it. I feel, would have been a little bit different. But I was disappointed. I was disappointed with Italy. I was disappointed with the UK. He's now gone. And, he had a lot of problems. But we were disappointed with the UK. We were disappointed with Germany and France. We were disappointed with most of them. Spain is a horror show. Spain is terrible, even from your standpoint. I mean, they don't want to pay anything. They think they're in for a free ride. Spain is not a good group. Not a good group at all. But I have great respect for this man. And so we're going to be discussing what took place, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Can I answer to your second question? Because I don't have many disagreements with the President of the United States. Here I have slightly, because I do agree there is reason for disappointment, absolutely. But my argument is this. These are isolated cases. When you look at the overwhelm, take for example Germany. From day one, they delivered on their these are bilateral commitments, a bit of the techniques of this, but the technology, but these are bilateral commitments these countries are having with the United States. So this is not, strictly speaking, NATO. Bilateral commitments, they all did what they promised to do. And this led to between 4,000 and 5,000 US planes taking off from Europe. I would argue it would have been very difficult to do Iran without having Europe as a power protection platform for the United States. But again, he's right. There is also reason for disappointment. It is a mixed bag.
Well, the big question is, are they paying the 5%? They agreed 6 months ago when we were together to pay 5%. And for the most part, they're not paying.
Well, when you look at the numbers, take for example Germany. So we agreed they get a couple of years to get there because you cannot spend it in 1 year because you have an absorption problem. But Germany, for example, Germany is doubling its defense spending between 2021 and 2029. They will spend over 150 billion by 2029, which is staggering, more than the French and the Brits combined even. Take the Dutch, and Poland, and the Baltics already there, countries like Denmark really stepping up, so and the Nordics. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but most of them are doing it, and the alliance is so much stronger because of this man.
Please, yellow dress.
Thank you, Beth Turner from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President, and what does he need to do to improve the relationship between our two countries? The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. Extremely. So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. Go to Aberdeen, which was the hottest city in the whole continent. It was the oil city. It was the oil of Europe, and they closed everything. It was terrible. I saw it before my eyes, and I couldn't believe it. The North Sea is loaded. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea, and they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea, and it's an easy one. And a lot of good things are going to happen. It's among the greatest fields in the world. Peter?
President Trump, great night for Democratic Socialist candidates last night. In the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out 2 incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. These people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives. But we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But nobody writes that. But he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Never Never Land.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's 2028 nominee will likely be, or could likely be, a Democratic socialist?
Well, it should make it easier for Republicans, because most of the nation is composed of sane people. They don't want to... if you look throughout history, go back thousands of years, you've always had socialism and communism by different names. It's never ever worked. It's not going to work this time either. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. As a Turk myself...
And I bet you guys thought that was my phone. Nope, some idiot left his phone on in the Oval Office.
As a Turk myself, I can tell you with great confidence that your presence in Ankara is eagerly anticipated. What's your message to your great friend Erdogan and the Turkish people? Because you're going to be there in less than 2 weeks.
From Turkey?
Yeah, I'm a Turk myself. And
I like him. He's a friend of mine, and he stayed out of the war. He was a prime candidate to go into the war with Iran, maybe on the Iran side, because he's not a big fan of Israel, as you know. And I asked him to stay out. He stayed out. And you know who else was great? Was President Xi of China. He could have come in. He gets half of his oil from that area. I could see him wanting to, and I asked him to please stay out, and he did. We did a good job, but he stayed out. Erdogan's a great leader, very strong person, great military, and I asked him to stay out, and he did, and so did President Xi, and frankly, so did Putin, if you really look. But you could say that Vladimir has some other things to focus on. But they all stayed out. I mean, it was pretty amazing. People were surprised. And I think that Erdogan he loves Turkey, right? He's doing a great job. He loves Turkey. I love the U.S., but he loves Turkey, and he's doing a great job. He's a respected man, a respected leader, and he's been a friend of mine. Now, I shouldn't say that, because guys like Peter would say, oh, he likes Erdogan. He likes Erdogan. No, Peter won't. Peter doesn't. Some of the others, let's say. But Erdogan is a strong man, but he's been everything I've ever asked him for, he's done.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General clearly pointed out that allies want to do defense business with you, and Turkey is definitely one of them. They want the F-110 jet engines, and they want the F-35 fighter jets. Are you going to Turkey with a big gift bag for Erdogan?
Yeah, I think so. Look, he's a member of NATO. Some people don't consider himself, but he really is. He's a strong member of NATO. Yeah, I'm going to probably do something that's going to make him very happy.
And Turkey has
Tell him hello, right? Tell him hello. He's a good man.
And Turkey has a huge defense industrial base. 3,000 companies working all over the alliance, also here in the United States. So strong.
People don't know how big Turkey is in terms of the military. It's a very strong. They have a lot of our equipment. A very strong military because of him. Yeah, please.
Your expectations, sir, about this meeting in Ankara? What do you think?
Well, except for the fact that it was being held in Turkey by President Erdogan, I don't think I would have gone to it.
You would have come for me.
But I might go for you. You're right. I mean, I wouldn't have gone for, what we went through over the last 2 months with, the various countries. But you're probably right. I would have gone for you, but I would have not gone for most people. But he called me up. He said, "Please, I have it in Turkey. You got to be there. The United States has to be there." And so I'm going out of respect to President Erdogan.
Mr. President, what do you want the allies to do more than what they are doing right now? Do you
Just
have
be loyal.
an ask?
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But I just want loyalty. We're so loyal to them. We're always fighting for them. We have thousands of troops all over Europe. In Germany, we have 50,000 troops, and then you want give us a little nudge, give us a little kiss. We don't want much. And they say, no, we can't do it. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for the troops that we have in Germany, the troops that we have in UK, the troops that we have all over Europe. I will say Poland was very good. You know, I endorsed him, and he won. By the way, many people that I endorsed outside of the United States won. You know that, right? Do you know we had a big win yesterday with Colombia, a favorite place of Marco. Marco loves Colombia, but no, I endorsed a man who was, the end, and he won. But the same thing in Poland. He was number 10. I endorsed him. I didn't like the man that was the president at all, and I endorsed him. He was a fighter, a big fighter, a good fighter, and I endorsed him. He came from 10th place and he won, and they say it was the biggest upset in Europe in 50 years for a major election. And you know what? He's going to be a great president of Poland. Mr. President, but we have many people, South America, but we just the other day we endorsed somebody, that El Tigre. They call him El Tigre because he's tough. He's another fighter. I like fighters again. But he won.
Mr. President, you like winners. Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now? You famously.
Well, he's doing pretty well. Look, no matter how you look at it, he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own, at least. A lot of people dying on both sides, but I think he's doing pretty well. You got to hand it to him.
Can I ask you?
Look, you have to say he's courageous. He's got great equipment, but he's got great men. He's got fighters.
And can I ask you one other question?
Yeah.
Have you seen the report into the Minab school attacks? Could you tell us?
I have not seen it, no.
Why not?
At some point, well, I have to wait for it to be complete. I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem. I mean, you could ask Pete, but I don't know that they're ever. They're going to say it was one of our missiles. Pete, I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem in terms of whose fault was it. Because there were missiles flying all over the place.
So you won't accept
and it's horrible what happened. But there were missiles flying all over the place. And somebody said it was our missile. Well, maybe it wasn't our missile, but I've seen nothing to lead me to believe it was. There were plenty of missiles being flown by other people. What do you think, Ben?
Well, Mr. President, we've taken the investigation very seriously, and when the appropriate time is right, whatever that outcome is, that'll be the time to divulge.
And do you know what the results
I mean, if you come up with the right answer, I don't think it's going to be us. I don't think it was us. There were a lot of missiles being fired at that time. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you just had a colourful lunch on the Senate, in the Senate. Would you be open to a compromise measure that had provisions of the SAVE Act into a reconciliation bill?
Not really. No, the SAVE Act should be. There's no compromise. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want them for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time, or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections.
And would you veto the housing bill?
And then we added in men in women's sports as a no-no. No men in women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our children. These are 99% issues, and we have to do it. We have to protect. Look at what's gone on in Los Angeles and California. The vote still hasn't been counted. What's it, 2 weeks now? It still hasn't been counted. And I don't know Spencer Pratt, but I watched him, and he was doing really nicely. All of a sudden, he's out. And I said he was going to be out because he was doing well. And then a week later, they started saying, oh, he's starting to lose favor. He's starting to lose. I said, they just rigged the election. And they were going to do that with Steve Hilton. He's a good man. And I asked the U.S. Attorney to go look at their votes. And as soon as I did that, they announced that Steve Hilton would be a finalist. So, no, we have rigged elections. Now, in my case, I made it too big to rig. Remember the expression, too big to rig? But we have rigged, and we have to have voter ID. If we don't have voter ID and proof of citizenship, but basically it's the Save America Act. Everybody wants it. Everybody is, including Democrats. 87% of Democrats want it. Not the leaders, because they want to cheat. Their policy is so bad, they're unelectable.
Would you veto the housing bill if it came to your desk, sir? Would you veto it?
About what?
If the housing bill that you didn't sign today, if it came to your
I
desk.
said I'm not signing the housing bill. I want to see what happens with Look, the housing bill is housing. I made billions of dollars with housing. I know housing better than anybody, maybe anywhere. It's all about the interest rate. Lower the interest rates, you can have all the housing you want. But you have to understand, I don't want to hurt people that own houses too. These people, for the first time in their lives, they have valuable houses. They become rich. I don't want to hurt them either. What you want to do is what good for everyone? Get the interest rates down. We have this numbskull that was the head of the Fed before, and he's a stupid person. And we call him too late because he was too late with the interest rates all the time. We need low interest rates. Low interest rates will solve everything. We'll solve that. Now, despite that, we're doing well with housing. But where we're really doing well is oil is plummeting and costs are coming down. Affordability, we're doing great. The Democrats gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
Our new Prime Minister will be installed in a matter of weeks, could be 3 or 4 weeks. Would you want to be the first person on his list to visit globally?
No, but I think we're probably of a different persuasion. He's very liberal. But, you know, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have two problems, immigration and energy. And crime, too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem. You have an immigration problem. The immigration helps cause the crime, by the way. And you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil. All you have to do is bid it out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They're begging to go there and pay billions of dollars. And because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money. And the country is losing, I mean, it's going to go, your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it, you have one of these, now most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it, you go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. You know, they have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money, and others. But you have one of the greatest fields, and I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called it about 3 days early, right? Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
Mr. President, on Iran, sir, would you block a final Iran deal if it included any kind of fees on shipping or maritime activity?
It would be unacceptable to me, because we have numerous straits, and if you did that for them, you'd have to do it for other people. You have other straits. Well, I wouldn't allow it there either. Yeah, it would be a game changer.
And have you made progress on munitions building in Europe? That's obviously something.
Yeah, we always make progress. Some of the countries that he represents are as good as him. He's great. They're lucky they have him. They're lucky they have that guy.
And the production.
They're behind you.
How do you think that Congress voting to end the war with Iran, even in a non-binding way, impacts your negotiations with Iran?
So we're doing great in our negotiations with Iran. Right in the middle of one of the key things, which we're going to get anyway, we have breaking news. The Senate has voted that they'd like Trump to stop the war. So Iran sees that and they go, what's that all about? Now, you know it's meaningless, right? But I had lunch with them. We had 4 Republican senators and all Democrats. You know, Democrats, they want to lose the war because they're stupid. That's why we call them Democrats, you know. I no longer use the E. I've changed the E into a U. We call them Democrats. They're dumb. Their policy is so bad. That's why they are opposed to the Save America Act because they don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. You know why? Because they have to cheat. Their policy is so bad that if they don't cheat, they wouldn't win an election. They're phenomenal cheaters. and they stick together. But you know, the people, the Democrat people, are 87% in favor of the Save America Act.
Yeah, please. Mr. President. Last night, of course, as Peter pointed out, we saw the Mamdani back candidates win in Jeffries and Schumer's backyard. You told me in October that Schumer was gonzo and that Mamdani was the leader of the party. Does the last night's results affirm that assessment?
Well, Schumer's lost his way. He's become essentially a Palestinian. I think it's the greatest transformation of a political position I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer, who was a strong supporter of Israel, and he's become 100% Palestinian. In fact, I've asked for a beautiful, beautiful silk outfit to be sent in the Palestinian tradition. I'm going to send it to him as a birthday present. Now, it's the greatest transformation of a political ideology I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer is Jewish, and he was a strong supporter of Israel. Not that strong, because he let the Obama, even though he was opposed to it, he let the JCPOA get through. He could have fought that harder with Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? So, but Chuck Schumer's a Palestinian now. Sad.
And do Democrats have a problem on their hands now that, Obama and Mamdani, they're two true leaders, neither of them can run for president in 28?
Well, Mamdani was here, as you know, twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes on people when you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida. Most of them are going down to Palm Beach and Miami. They're just leaving. And they pay 90% of your taxes. And I keep wondering, how are you going to do this? Every day you read about somebody that's leaving for Florida, mostly Florida, and other places, but they're leaving. You can't put estate taxes on that are so high that when a loving father or mother dies and they leave it to their beautiful child, the child is supposed to pay 50% tax. That's on top of federal tax, right? So basically you're leaving them nothing. What you're doing is you could be liberal, you could be anything. It's common sense. You're forcing people to leave. And these are the people that pay the taxes. They pay 90% of the taxes, and they're leaving New York, and they're leaving California too.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. You said yes to the jet engines, but you're a very direct, very straightforward, no-nonsense man, as you're known in Turkey as well. What needs to happen for the F-35 deal to be finalized? What do you need to see?
Why don't you answer that question, JD? I want to give you an easy one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
He's done a great job over there, by the way.
Well, I know that Pete and the entire team are reviewing this right now because there are certain things that we have to certify that have happened in order to comply with American law. The president has asked us to do that. We're running the traps and confirming that's happened. This is really a congressional thing and ensuring that Turkey has complied with American law so they can get the F-35s. And of course, we'll announce that when we have that review complete.
Yeah, we're going to work. Look, hey, he's a man he's a little controversial, but I am too. But I know him. I think he's a very good person. He's helped us a lot. Anytime I've helped, like as an example, I said, I'd love you to stay out of the war with Iran. That's a natural for him, right? He stayed out. I like him. A lot of times when they have a problem with Erdogan, they call me and they say, would you talk to him? They'll call me. They'll say, could you do me a favor and talk to him? You have a question in the back? No, yeah, in the back. I love your questions, but you asked it out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you instructed your Department of Justice to do an investigation for oil companies that you said gas prices were not coming down quick enough, and you are concerned that there is price gouging going on, taking advantage of the crisis. Sir, can you elaborate on that?
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be. We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that. and we are doing a big investigation on it. Yeah, they're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out. Think of it: 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher, and they should be much lower. The gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump, and the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Mr. President, have you spoken to them, sir? Have you spoken to the oil executive today about this?
I told them, don't gouge our people.
Mr. President, there's a report that you're going to present the World Cup at the front, like the.
I am. Well, I've been asked to by soccer, by football, by Johnny. Johnny's done a great job. By the way, how hot is this?
And the Dutch are doing very well.
How hot is it? You're doing well. We're doing very well. Maybe we'll play you in the finals. No, but how hot?
And I'll have to beat it.
How hot has it been?
No.
It's been great. You know, they came to the United States, which isn't a big, as they would say, football, but we can't because it's too confusing. We say soccer, but it's not very big at that. And this is the biggest they've ever had. They've never had anything like it. The numbers are bigger than any number, and there's great spirit. There's tremendous spirit. I think Johnny has done a fantastic job. And yes, he has asked me to hand out the cup.
And will the fencing around the reflecting pool be down by July 4th, or is that going to be...
The pool?
Yeah.
It's in great shape. No. Ready? Thugs. They just told me a little while ago, 6 have been arrested, and like 6 or 7 are under investigation. They have pictures and everything else. They went to the bottom, and it's not a paint job. It's very expensive. It's not rubber, but it's like rubber. And they went down with probably a box cutter or a very sharp razor of some kind or a knife, and they cut, and then they started ripping it up. You know why? Because they're sick people. And then the side of the pool, right at water level, they took razors and they started cutting this, very expensive stuff. It's incredible stuff. It's beautiful. And it's still beautiful. But we have one area where they cut it. It's still holding. It's not leaking. But they heard it. So in about probably maybe after July 4th or maybe before, I don't know, we'll let a little water out because it's at the edge. They'll cut it, they'll replace it, and it'll be as good as new. But these people should go to jail for a long time. There's a statute that I signed when I had my first term, that if you do anything to hurt statues or monuments, fountains in Washington, D.C., or federal fountain, it's actually federal all over the country, but you go to jail for 10 years and there's no shortcuts. In other words, it's not 5 years for good behavior. It's a very tough statute, and so tough that it really hasn't been used very much over the years. But I used it when they had a problem in Washington where they were trying to hurt, the sickos were trying to hurt things, and I announced it. As soon as I announced it, read it, announced it, and I said 10 years for anybody, everybody dropped what they had, including ropes. They had ropes. They were tying ropes around Thomas Jefferson's head, Andrew Jackson right up there. They had a rope around his head on that incredible statue outside. As soon as I invoked it, everybody left. That's still in play. They could go to jail for 10 years. They better be careful. They have a gash on that beautiful pool. It's a reflecting one. This is a very expensive material. Then on top of it, we did a much bigger job than we said we were going to do because we did all the outer areas and everything else. We did a beautiful job. It's like a piece of glass. And for some reason, this disturbed the radical left lunatics. One of the guys, he's a member or a big payer to Act Blue. He's a big Hillary supporter. He's a big supporter of Sleepy Joe Biden. This is a very political thing. But as I understand it, 6 are under arrest. This was pure vandalism. It's an amazing thing that we did. Don't forget, it hasn't worked properly since it was built because it always leaked in 1922. So it was built in 1922. So that's 100 years more ago. It's never worked properly. I always say it had great potential. And I said in my first term, I'm going to do something. So Biden and Obama, between the two of them, spent over $100 million. It was a disaster. Obama, because of the environment, took the water from the Potomac, and it was horrible. It was bad. I don't want to have to tell you what happened, but it was really bad. You can read about it. Biden, he didn't have any idea what the hell they were doing because he didn't know what anything was happening. But they spent over $100 million. We spent 14 or 15 and a lot less than that because a lot of these people work for the Parks Department anyway, so they're going to work. So I would say a lot less. And we put a great surface on. This is a world-class surface, and it looked beautiful. But they came in and they cut it, and then they grabbed it and they pulled it up. That's why it's all ripped. And who would even think of that? They're sick people. So I think they're in big trouble. But here's the bottom line. We temporarily patched it, even though we stopped the leak. It's so good that it with all that damage they did, it's not leaking. And it looks really beautiful. I just had pictures taken. It's reflective, it's beautiful, like it did a week ago. And then we're going to let a little water out, because you have to let the water out to fix it. We're going to fix it, and then the water goes back in. It won't take long. We may do it before July 4th, or we may do it just after July 4th. Now, we have it a little bit fenced off because we have a big fireworks display. And tonight, I'm making a speech. And people like my speeches. But I guess we're going to have a lot of people over there. But tonight, we're going to have a lot of good entertainment. One of the greatest opera singers in the world. We think he's great. Lee Greenwood's going to be singing our favorite song. And we have a lot of great things, but I think I speak at about 7 o'clock tonight, so that's over at the mall. No, but the water looks great. But we will do the final fix-up. But just remember this. They took razor blades 350 feet. Coming from where he comes, they don't do that. They took, maybe a little bit. They took razor blades and knives, and they cut patches like that. 350 feet long. A lot of them are like a foot. They cut the lining. And there's pictures of the guy bending over. I don't know if anybody saw that, but there are pictures of the guy. And you say, who would do that? Maybe it's Trump derangement syndrome. You know, we fixed over 50 fountains and monuments in the city. The city is the safest it's ever been, ever. We have virtually no crime. We're crime-free. When we came here at the beginning, it was a horrible, crime-ridden city. And we have no crime, virtually no crime now. Everything's fixed. We have new grass. We took miles. We took so much. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Everything had graffiti on it. It's all gone. The tents all over the lawns, which were terrible, are all gone. The fences are all gone because nobody goes on the lawns anymore. But we fixed those. You know, grass has a life just like people have a life. And we fixed the lawn, and it will be fixed. Now, one of the other things they did a job, around the reflecting pool, we have a huge field of grass. They poured acid on the grass. The same people, I guess. They poured acid. So that's in the process. It killed, acid kills grass quickly. So that's being fixed. But the reflecting pool is great, and it's going to look beautiful. It's so sad to see what they did. And then the fake news tries to say, oh, well, it didn't work. Of course it worked. Everything I do works. What I do works. What I do best is build. And we fixed, I think it's 52 fountains. All over the city they're talking about it. But you know, the biggest thing is we have one of the safest cities. If you would have come here 2 years ago, you had a good chance of being mugged, although you're a very big guy. They would have mugged him up. They would have beat the hell out of him.
With me, yeah.
He would have said, I'm never going back. Now you can walk with your beautiful wife. You can walk with your friends down to a restaurant. You know, we were losing all our restaurants. Nobody wanted to go out. Even if you got into the restaurant, they'd rob you when you were in. Now you can't get into a restaurant, but the restaurateurs are opening restaurants all over the city. I'm so proud of it. Also, Memphis, take a look at Memphis. Take a look at in Louisiana. Take a look at what's happened. What we've done in Louisiana with New Orleans is incredible. The Governor Landry, called me. They just had Mardi Gras. He said, it's the safest Mardi Gras we've had in 75 years. It's great. We've done a good job. And you know what? In Chicago, they had many murders over the last week. Many. we could solve, I could make Chicago with this group of strong people, that's okay. You know, one thing we got from the Supreme Court, we have merit. So if you have great students, great marks, great scores, great boards, you get into a good college. If you're bad, you don't get into a good college. In other words, it's based on a tough decision for them. But that also applies to the military. We have tough people in the military. And the National Guard has done an incredible job in Washington, and my people have done an incredible job. So if you look at Memphis, crime is down 78%. I have a friend from Memphis, he was going to leave, and he called me, he said, I've never seen anything like this. It's like a different city. And also in New Orleans, it's like people can't believe it. I could do that for Chicago. I'd love to do Chicago because Chicago's potentially a great city, but you're going to lose it. It's got to be done. And you know, we do something much more than they can do because we take people out and bring them back to the country from where they came out of jails, where they're drug lords and drug dealers and people from mental institutions. And I'd love to do it in Los Angeles. And I'd love to do it in New York City. I love New York. I'd like to see. They had a lot of problems in New York over the last couple of weeks. If we were there, they wouldn't have any of those problems. And we removed the bad people from those cities so they never come back. Now, some liberal people probably don't like the sound of that, but 92% of crime is caused in these cities is caused by 2% of the people. I love that number because it's easily solved. Think of that. 92% of the crime in Washington was caused by 2% of the people. We moved out almost 5,000 career criminals and people from other countries. And Washington now is one of the safest cities, I could say, on the planet, but let's just say in the U.S. And it's beautiful now. The reflecting pool, but we have 52. I think it's much more than that. It's going to soon be more than that. You see them opening up, and my team has done an unbelievable job. Doug Burgum has been great, Department of the Interior, and his people. Greg and these people, they're phenomenal. But think of that. You work so hard. You get it open way ahead of July 4th. July 4th was the key. And then somebody's in there with a knife cutting it and ripping the floor out. It's terrible. But the 350-foot gash in the side, it's a terrible thing. Ready? Here, I'm going to end on this. I'm so proud of Washington, D.C. It's become one of the hottest cities in the world. But what is the hottest in the world is the United States of America. We have the hottest city, and you know that. You were talking about that. 2 years ago, we were laughed at. We were a joke. We were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President.
All right, so that's President Trump earlier today talking with Mark Rutte and having a press conference as well. They are doing some of the festivities right now. Because it's early and the sun hasn't come out, it looks kind of like weird because they're behind bulletproof glass. Here, let me give you a little preview.
President Donald J. Trump, and God bless these, the United States of America. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you.
So hopefully they won't bring President Trump until it gets a little bit darker so it doesn't look like we're looking at, statues behind a glass here. But there are a ton of people there, an absolute ton of people. And what I had asked in the poll was, did you want to see, somebody even said, what fair? Well, tonight is the Great American State Fair. I think most of the states, I think there's a couple blue states that decided they weren't going to participate, but for the most part, all of the states brought somebody out. We got something with the color guard coming out. Let me show you this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the presentation of colors and the singing of our national anthem, performed by Alexis Wilkins. Now, in tribute to the men and women who have defended our freedoms, performing Toby Keith's iconic patriotic anthem, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, please welcome Master Gunnery Sergeant Alan Prather of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
American girls and American guys will always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see your glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army, where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in the yard. To the day that he died, he wanted my mother, my brother, my sister, and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love has fallen under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. As soon as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Uncle Sam put your name to the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. And eagle will fly. There's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, it'll feel like the whole wide world raining down on you. I'm brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Oh, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will fight when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you messed with the U.S. of A. 'Cause it's the American way. If the Sam puts your name at the top of his list, the Statue of Liberty started shaking a fit, and the eagles will fly. There's gonna be hell when Union Mother Freedom start ringing the bell. It'll feel like the whole wide world raining down on you. Oh, brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Of the red, white, and blue. Of the red, white, and
Ladies and gentlemen, as we pause to reflect on the blessings of liberty and faith that has guided our nation throughout its history, to deliver tonight's spiritual invocation, please welcome Pastor Jettison Franklin.
Being from eastern North Carolina, as a child, I was raised near Fort Bragg, that is now Fort Liberty. And when I heard that jet fly over, I immediately went back to my childhood when they used to have around the airplane base there signs on the interstate that said, "Pardon the noise, it's the sound of freedom." Can you make some noise for the greatest nation on the planet? In God we trust. If you would stand to your feet, we're going to pray, and this is going to be the greatest celebration in 250 years of liberty and freedom. In the book of Leviticus, chapter 25 and verse 10, the Bible says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land, and to the inhabitants thereof." God let us know in that scripture that liberty and freedom are His gift to us that are born and raised and live and get to come and become citizens of the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. And I'm going to ask you to do what our forefathers did, like George Washington when he kneeled in the snow and prayed with the troops, like the Pilgrims at Plymouth Rock when they bowed down and prayed at the very beginning days of the birth of this nation. God breathed life into this nation, and He's not done yet. And we're here to acknowledge again that God is still real. He loves this nation, and He hears and answers prayer. Would you pray with me for America? Lord, we come again on this 250th birthday, and we thank You for this nation. We thank You, oh God, for Your faithfulness throughout all the generations. And we thank You because You have brought us to this moment for such a time as this. Please breathe on America again. Lord, let Your grace begin to cover this nation like never before. We thank You, oh God, for freedom of religion. We thank You that all religions have a right to worship as they desire. But we also thank You for our Christian roots, oh God, in this nation. And we thank You for the cross. And we thank You for the Word of God. And we thank You for freedom. So bless this nation. And let Your grace flow from sea to shining sea. Oh God, we thank You that Your grace is sufficient for every challenge. Touch our president, touch his cabinet, bless our Supreme Court, bless our Congress, and bless our Senate. And Lord, I pray Thy kingdom come and Thy will be done. Bless our young people, bless our children and our children's children. And lastly, oh God, we ask You to send revival to the churches across America until there is a proclamation. Let freedom ring from addiction, from fear, from anxiety, and from shame and guilt because of what You have provided through grace and through Your salvation. In Your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Shining as the sun. Sing God's praise, and when we first begun.
Performing the timeless and inspiring Hallelujah, followed by a powerful rendition of Ave Maria, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band. Please welcome Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier and America's presidential tenor, Christopher Macchio.
There was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Your faith was strong, you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof. Her beauty and the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to a kitchen chair. She broke your crown, she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room and I walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew you. Oh, I've seen your flag on the mobile arch, and love is another, a victory march. It's colder, it's a broken hallelujah. Did my best, but it wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I stand before the Lord a song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Wow, they got the stealth bomber. Oh my gosh. I'm jealous. Totally jealous. All right, so they're taking a break while they do a set change. I would almost guess that maybe Lee Greenwood would be coming up next. Oh, no, that's not a set change. They just brought out the dancing soldiers. So let's, even though I'm going to get hurt by YouTube, let's listen to the dancing soldiers because they're about to sing a song.
You gotta get them somehow. I think you gotta slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember. Was it something that he said? All the voices in your head call them Gloria, Gloria, Gloria. Don't you think you're falling, Gloria? If everybody wants you, Gloria, why isn't anybody calling? You don't have to answer. Keep a maggot on the line. Oh, calling Gloria.
Are they seriously getting ready to play Pinball Wizard? Oh, yeah. Let's go. A Pinball Wizard. Oh, yeah. Ta-da.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in recognizing distinguished guests joining us for this historic celebration. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Acting United States Attorney General Todd Blanche. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. Acting Secretary of Labor Keith Sonderling. Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kash Patel. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. And we also recognize the dedicated National Park Service Rangers and the officers of the United States Park Police, whose service helps preserve and protect our nation's most treasured places. Please join us also in acknowledging Downrange, the United States Army's premier rock band who just performed Laura Branigan's Gloria. The President's own United States Marine Band under the direction of Colonel Ryan Nowlin. United States Marine Corps and the Joint Armed Services Chorus for helping bring tonight's celebration to life. We are honored to welcome members of the Diplomatic Corps and distinguished foreign dignitaries from around the world. And finally, we recognize the most important guest of all. You sitting in those chairs here on the National Mall, Americans gathered all around the country tonight. The patriots, the workers, families, veterans, dreamers, and citizens whose love of country has sustained this great republic for 250 years. Thank you for joining us as we celebrate tonight the United States of America.
Katrina and the waves.
And I just can't wait till the day when you knock on my door. Now every time I go for the mailbox, gotta hold myself down. 'Cause I just can't wait till you write me you're coming around. Sing it! I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, and don't it feel good? Hey, all right now, and don't it feel good? I used to think maybe you love me. Now I know that it's true. And I don't want to spend my whole life just waiting for you. Now I don't want you back for the weekend, not back for a day. No, no, no. I said, baby, I just want you back, and I want you to stay. All right now, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, and don't it feel good? I feel it, I feel it, I feel it again now. And don't it feel good? All right, all right, all right, and don't it feel good? Hey, 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 and don't it feel good? Hey, yeah, and don't it feel good?
Tonight, we honor those who stand watch, answer the call, and dedicate their lives to serve others. Accompanied by the United States Park Police and National Park Service Honor Guards, please welcome the Chairman and CEO of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, Frank Siller.
Thank you. Today is a day of celebration. You love America, I love America, and this is how we show it. But it's also a time to remember our freedoms, our lives, and everything we hold dear are defended by the military and service members, police officers, park rangers, firefighters, and all first responders who volunteer to put themselves in harm's way for us. We especially honor those who preserve our monuments, memorials, and the natural wonders of this land, and protect the millions of visitors who explore our national parks each year. The Parks Police and the National Park Service, who never get a thank you, but not tonight, so let's say thank you, thank you, thank you. As chairman and CEO of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, when I think of our first responders, I hold closest in my heart what happened 25 years ago. On September 11, 2001, our nation experienced the deadliest terrorist attack in American history. Across the country, we watched as the World Trade Center crumbled. A flight from Washington, D.C. was hijacked and flown into the Pentagon. And 40 innocent people perished in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. I recently visited Shanksville, Pennsylvania, with a piece of steel from the South Tower that came down 25 years ago. It's 16,900 pounds. It has the souls of so many people who perished that day, and we're bringing it all around America to make sure we never forget. It was the first battle that was fought in the war against terrorism. Was the 40 great heroes that were on Flight 93 that said, as Todd Beamer said, let's roll. They took that plane down. They turned it upside down when they were taking over the cockpit. It flew upside down right over a school and into a field in Shanksville, the first battle on the global war on terror, and those great heroes won that battle. In total, 2,977 human beings perished at the hands of hatred, including my brother, New York City firefighter Stephen Siller. To this day, many are still haunted by the tragedy of 9/11. It lives on in all those who suffer from 9/11 related illnesses. In the more than 7,000 military personnel and families who have lost their loved ones in fighting in the global war on terror, and families like mine, whose loved ones ran towards and answered the call as first responders on that fateful day. As I look out at this incredible gathering of families, celebrating and everything that makes this country so great, we must remember the extraordinary sacrifices of ordinary people who give their lives for us, and in doing so, become heroes. Today, we pause to recognize every innocent life that was taken. Every first responder who ran towards danger. Every service member who answered the call in the years that followed 9/11. The bravery, heroism, sacrifice, and patriotism displayed by our first responders, our military, Parks Police, Park Service Rangers, and Forest Rangers is nothing short of incredible. So today, as you explore our nation's capital, enjoy the beauty of this the National Mall, and learn even more about the heritage and the history of our country. We must never forget the fallen. It is our duty to ensure that their names are always remembered, and then that their memories live on through the work we do at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. As a symbol of our nation's gratitude, I now invite the Honor Guard to lay a wreath in their memory.
Come on, America. Are you guys ready to celebrate 250 years of freedom? Well, the sun's coming up over New York City. A school bus driver in a traffic jam, staring at the faces in the rearview mirror, looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. Come on! One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison. Let me tell you, one just might be president. Come on! Only in America, dreaming of red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America. Come on, America, let me hear you. Only in America, where we're dreaming of red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America.
Celebrate, come on. Get up off your feet. Let me see those hands. Hey. Celebrate good times. Come on. Yeah. Let's celebrate. All right now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration that lasts throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. Let's go celebrate and party. Come on, America, let's go. Celebrate good times.
Please welcome the 20th United States Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy.
Hey, everybody. Okay, to start this off, I think we have to give a big round of applause for our military band and singers. Way better than those libtards that canceled on us. So much better. Thank you, guys. President Trump will make you famous. So I want to say, what an incredible evening that we have this amazing music. We have flyovers, and in just a few moments, we're about to hear from the greatest president that's ever existed in this country since George Washington. It's going to be great. We're going to have Ferris wheel, rodeo. We're going to have Maha Mondays. It's going to be awesome. By the way, I should probably introduce my family. I'm here with my wife, Rachel Campos Duffy, and 5 of my kids, my son-in-law, and my brand new baby granddaughter, who's not even a month old. So welcome, everybody. But I want you guys to just put on your calendar, it doesn't stop on the 4th of July, okay? August 23rd, right here at the Capitol, Grand Prix race, 190 miles an hour around the mall, Indy cars. The last time we did this was 1801, and we raced horses. So we're IndyCar, and August 23rd, it's going to be free. So mark your calendars. I don't know, have you guys noticed that the FIFA World Cup is going on right now? America's doing pretty well. What I find fascinating is that all of these tourists from around the world have come to America, and they've fallen in love. They love our food, our culture. They love our parks, the beauty of America. They love the people of America. They love that they get free refills on soda when they go out to eat. They love Costco. They love Bass Pro. And what's shocking is that they were shocked to love America because they've been lied to in their home countries by the liberal media. They've been told that America is a dark and dirty, violent place. Well, now they've discovered that that couldn't be further from the truth. So as these tourists have come and discovered America, I think on our 250th birthday, it would only be appropriate for us to rediscover America. And I would suggest the way you do that is to gas up your car, to pack up your kids, to load up a cooler, and do a great American road trip. Hit the open road. Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, maybe the Smoky Mountains, or just a park that's a couple hours away from your home. But when you do this, have your kids put their phones away and reconnect with your family. So important. You know, speaking of families, modern culture has told our young people that they shouldn't look for love. They shouldn't have a family. They shouldn't have kids. Instead, focus on their education, focus on their careers, focus on their bank accounts. Have a free Saturday morning and go get a venti latte with your friends at Starbucks. That will give them joy, is what culture has told them. This is the dumbest advice that they could ever get. What fills the human heart? What gives us purpose? We should look for love, get married, and have lots of kids. Right? It's a lot of fun. Right? Best decision I made, I met Rachel on a reality TV show like 29 years ago. We've been married for 27 years. We're good Catholics. We're open to life. We have 9 kids. Couldn't have made a better decision in my life. Well, actually, she said yes to me, so she made a great decision for me in our life, which I'm very grateful for. But the strength of our country is rooted in the strength of our families. And so to celebrate America 250, we should celebrate our American family. And so just as important as our families, it's important to look at our faith. Our country was founded by men of faith, men who understood there was one true God, and it wasn't them. They knew there was right and wrong, there was good, there was evil. They understood that our rights, like life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that didn't come from Congress, from government. It didn't come from a king. It came from God. God gave us those rights, and no government can take those rights away from us. And as we celebrate this 250th birthday, what's remarkable is there is a revival in America. Our young people have been lied to. They've been told that they would be fulfilled with hookup culture or some get-rich-quick scheme, or they could find fame in social media and that would fulfill them. But I'll tell you, they found that that's a false promise. That's a lie. And they've sought truth. And in seeking truth, they have gone to church. They've found the Holy Gospel. They've prayed, and they have found God in historic numbers. Maybe it's the Holy Spirit at work. I don't know, probably, but it's great. And what's fascinating now is that there was a recent poll. Young men, 42% of them say that religion is incredibly important to them in their lives. That's over 20% increase in just over a year. The Wall Street Journal had a recent headline that said, young New Yorkers have a new hotspot, Sunday Mass. They're finding love at Mass, which is great. So if these two values of faith and family, that defines American greatness. And so as we celebrate today, and we look at what makes us great, but we also think about what is going to make this country great for the next 250 years, that is going to be rooted in the strength of our families, in our hearts full of faith and grateful to God for what He has given us. I am looking forward to, with my family, celebrating this great American birthday, celebrating it with all of you. And I am so grateful that we have a president who every single day, he focuses on how he can make America great, how he can bring jobs back to the American people, increase American wages, and we are blessed as a country to have that great president in the Oval Office today. God bless you all. Happy birthday, America. Can you wave, everybody?
unwavering dedication to our nation. As a retired United States Navy SEAL officer and best-selling author, he's inspired millions to take extreme ownership of their lives and their freedom. Please welcome a true American patriot, Jocko Willink.
Good evening. It is a miracle that we are celebrating 250 years of America. And in many ways, it's a miracle that America even exists at all. Because since day one, we have had the odds stacked against us. Starting at the very beginning, when we declared independence from Great Britain, the world's most powerful empire. And then we had to fight them. Now, the British had more men, more guns, more ships, but we had something the British did not have. You see, the British soldiers and officers, they were subjects of the king. But we would bow to no man. Our forefathers knew that there was something more important than king and crown, something more important than safety or substance, an ideal more important than life itself. The founders of our country, for them, the most important thing was freedom. All men created equal, endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that ideal, it gave us something the British military leadership did not take into account. We had a will to win unlike anything they had ever seen before. And because of that will, we did win. And that victory of these free and united states over the British crown, that victory unleashed a force which to this day has been completely unmatched in the world. That freedom that we fought for, the freedom to speak, to protest, to worship, the freedom to protect ourselves, our families, and our property, the freedom to work, to risk, to build, the freedom to achieve. And our spirit turned America into the most powerful nation the world has ever known. But that power was not built by the government. It was not built by the state. It was not built by the bureaucracy. America was built by freedom. The freedom for Americans from any background to chase their dreams, turn those dreams into reality, and be rewarded for their effort. And our work ethic, our creativity, our will to win, and freedom itself have made America's rise undeniable. But there is one more important ingredient that allowed America to overcome the odds and become the greatest nation on earth. Without this last vital ingredient, America would not and could not exist. That final ingredient is blood. The blood of our patriotic servicemen and women. You see, the men and women of our military, they swear an oath, a commitment, that if need be, they will sacrifice their lives, sacrifice their liberty, and sacrifice their happiness for us, for our freedom. And for 250 years, our military has held the line against darkness, against tyranny, against evil, against fanatics determined to die for their cause. But we are determined to live and fight for our cause, the greatest cause of all, freedom. And that is the true strength of America. So, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom, let us remember the sacrifices that have been made and will be made to protect it. We must remember those brave people who are not only soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, but who were also fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, brothers and sisters, who had plans and hopes and dreams, and they had goals and they had ambitions, and yet they sacrificed all of that. They sacrificed everything on some wretched piece of dirt, or in the raging, merciless sea, or in the unforgiving clouds above. Throughout our history, on sea, air, and land, American warriors have given their lives for our freedom. And for that, we owe them everything. And the best thing we can do to honor their sacrifice is use this sacred freedom. Do not squander 1 second. We must not merely dream the American dream, we must live it. Live the American dream. Relish our liberty and our lives. Relentlessly pursue happiness, strive and work and build and create every day for ourselves, for our family, for our country, but most of all, for them, the fallen heroes, those who gave us this gift of freedom. Remember them, honor them by living this life, this American miracle. Live it to the utmost for them. May God bless those who sacrificed their lives for our freedom, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on.
Give it up for those guitar players, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, America, we're gonna need your help here. Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. I know you know this song. 'Twas in the spring, and spring became the summer. believe you come along. All right, everybody, let me see those hands. There you go. Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Oh, sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Come on, everybody in the back, here we go. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. There you go. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Sweet Caroline. Give yourselves a round of applause, everybody.
Woo!
Come on, Mike.
You guys are such good singers. Do you think you could keep it up? I said, do you think you could keep it up? All right. I know you know this next one. Make sure you sing it loud with us. Sing it. Big wheels keep on turning.
Come on, Mike.
Bringing me home to see my kin. Singing songs about the Southland. I miss Alabama once again, and I think it's a sin. Sing it! Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Hey! Come on, everybody, help us sing it. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue.
Come on, everybody.
Sweet home Alabama,
Let me hear you in the back.
Lord, I'm coming home to you. Ooh, Alabama, great job, America!
I'm just gonna change up the feed here real quick because it looks like it's a better looking feed than the other one. They got the lights on. The other one's got real dark on me. So I'm like, why is it so doggone dark? You guys can't see anything. What are they doing here? I got you. I got you there. All these doggone buttons. I hope you guys are enjoying. I know, I hear it. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. What I'm saying is, I think they're going to be getting ready for President Trump soon. It is now 8:37. He was supposed to come out at 8:30. What I think is going to happen next. What I think's going to happen next, I think Lee Greenwood is going to come out and sing, the song, and to bring President Trump on while he's singing it live. So that's what I think is next. Could be something else. I'm not really sure. but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Lee Greenwood. So somebody's walking out right now, and let me see who this is. Oh no, that's just President Trump. I like President Trump's guy always comes out and gets himself some TV time. He's wiping off the glass. So more than likely we are going to see President Trump next, as they're trying to make sure the glass is clean and everything else. So 8:38, we're kind of waiting for him. Let me go ahead and flip and see what SV's got. Hey man, you got any more about this unbelievable hurricane thing that's going? I mean, earthquake.
Earthquakes. Yeah, it was devastating. Venezuela had two back-to-back, a 7.5 and a 7.2. The video I showed you, that one video.
Yeah.
It looks like a nuke went off. So they're talking about there could be thousands of people that have perished.
Wow.
I mean, the roads are just split open like God came in and parked the roads. It's really devastating right now.
No coincidences. No coincidences.
No.
I mean, I don't know. I can't even, suggest something like that would be happening, but it's just kind of crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, yeah, prayers up to the people in Venezuela. Sure. Anything else? As they're getting ready to do another song here.
Yeah, another crazy judge blocked Trump from challenging sanctuary policies in New Jersey that would shield illegal alien criminals. She threw out the lawsuit to assist the invasion. So there's another one who wants to be a president. I mean, is there no end to this?
No, he's just going to have to go full Andrew Jackson and just say, good luck. Good luck with it. All right, they're doing another song. Right. So I'm not sure. They're probably getting ready for Lee. Oh, here it comes. Wait a second. Which button would it be? And it's going to be this button here.
States Marine Band of the Joint Armed Forces Chorus. Please welcome America's presidential tenor, Christopher Macchio.
How cool would it be if he sang Nessa Dorma right now?
Guarda di le stelle che tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà, e l'onda sola quando la luce ed il mio bacio scioglierà il silenzio che ti fa mia. All'alba vincerò, Thank you. God bless America!
Ladies and gentlemen, preparing to perform the greatest patriotic anthem of all time, God Bless the USA. Please welcome American icon and Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter, Lee Greenwood.
Hello, America. Freedom 250. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, because our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce to you the 45th President of the United States and the 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump. Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless our president.
Well, thank you, Lee, and hello, Washington, and a very big hello to America. Thank you. And 10 days from now, our country will celebrate one of the most monumental milestones in human history. We will mark 250 years of glorious American freedom. In 1776, our founding fathers met in Philadelphia and changed the world forever and ever with a thing called the Declaration of Independence. They proclaimed the eternal truth that we are endowed by our Creator with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We all made, and you know that, free and equal by the hand of Almighty God. And those timeless American principles did not just win a revolution, but they built us into the greatest, strongest, and most exceptional nation the world has ever known. There has never been anything like the United States of America, and together we are making it bigger and better and stronger and far more exceptional than ever before. Today we have the largest economy on earth. We have the strongest military on earth. We have the most powerful technology on earth. We have the greatest culture on earth. And above all, we have the greatest people on earth. Greatest. Tonight, as we stand on the edge of our 250th year of independence, I am thrilled to declare that America is back. As you know very well, a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected by everybody. Nobody's laughing at us anymore. 2 years ago, they were laughing. Now, we're the most respected anywhere. Think of it, anywhere in the world. Where were we 2 years ago? We weren't respected. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. Most powerful country in the world.
But just like those patriots of 1776, over the past 17 months, we have taken power back from the far-off political class. They're trying to gain it back, but it's not going to happen. We have reclaimed our sovereignty, regained our liberty, restored our prosperity, and we have saved our country. In all things, we're once again putting a thing called America first. And last week we signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran, fully open the Strait of Hormuz, and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, today Iran has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity, no missile launchers, no manufacturing, and their leadership has been obliterated. And for the first time in 3,000 years, we are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. Since the agreement, the stock market and your 401ks are skyrocketing upward, and oil prices are plummeting downward. Today it hit a new low, and the world is a much safer place. We had to make that little journey to Iran to do what we did. Very soon you'll be at $2.50 a gallon for gasoline. And even lower than that, just like it was before we took the nuclear weapon away from Iran, and it will be away from Iran for a very long time. Forever, really. In my first term, I rebuilt our military and created the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in history. And now we are going to blow that away. We're doing better, much better than even the first term. America's 250th year is set for an economic boom, the lights of which no nation has ever seen before. No nation has ever been in the place that we are right now. In 4 long years of the last administration, which was a total disaster, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. That's less than $1 trillion in 4 years. In my first 11 months, we secured commitments for $19.1 trillion of new investment from all over the globe, and they're building factories and plants, and they're building everything all over our country. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Thank you. On the 4th of July, 1 year ago, I signed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, and the largest regulation cuts in American history by far. In the American Revolution, they had a saying, no tax on tea. But with the great big beautiful bill, we did even better. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans. You go out and buy an automobile, the interest on the loan is fully tax deductible. Never happened before, but only if the car happens to be made in America. And we're setting records in automobile construction. Our country is strong again, our country is wealthy again, and our country is safe again. In January 2025, we inherited the worst, most dangerous, most wide open and insecure border in history. And we have quickly turned it into the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. For the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. We're removing murderers, gang members, drug dealers, and dangerous criminals by the thousands. They came in through a ridiculous open border. I want to say a very special thanks to all of the men and women who have helped liberate America from this scourge, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. You are heroes. You are heroes. With the help of our law enforcement heroes, in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 66%. Drugs coming in by ocean or by sea are down 97%. And Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest, most beautiful cities anywhere in the United States of America. For many years, our country was ruled by politicians who let America and its capital fall into decline and total disrepair. The city named in honor of General George Washington was turned into a national disgrace. But not anymore. Today, the homeless encampments are gone. The graffiti is gone. Since I took office, more than 50 monuments and memorials have been repaired and beautified. Dozens of statues have been cleaned and they look so nice. 22 fountains have been fixed. At Union Station, the statue of Christopher Columbus is clean and fountain. That fountain is flowing and it looks so beautiful. I just looked at it. Coming over, it is so beautiful. That white marble is nice and clean. There's no more graffiti stains all over it. The water is cascading at Meridian Hill Park. And I am personally, along with Doug and some of my friends, renovating Lafayette Square at the front door of the White House, and it's going to be beautiful and opens in a short period of time. And the reflecting pool that you've heard so much about, which is so incredible, it's been gruesomely vandalized by thugs, bad people. But soon will be looking as beautiful as it looked just 2 weeks ago. In fact, I looked at it just a little while ago. It looks perfect already. But we're fixing it. The vandals got to it. They've largely been caught and are being prosecuted. We can't let that happen to our country. Can't let that happen. But it looks beautiful. Under the Trump administration, America is once again a nation of self-respect, dignity, and pride. Under our leadership, America will also be a nation that dares to dream and to build again. We want to build again and dream again. The American dream is alive again. That's something that nobody thought they'd be saying when you went through that last 4 years of incompetence. For the 100th anniversary of our founding in 1876, America completed the Washington Monument, and the work began on the Statue of Liberty. For our 150th year, we built Colonial Williamsburg. Remember that, Colonial Williamsburg, how beautiful it was. For the 200th year, we built the National Air and Space Museum and renovated the United States Capitol. For our 250th anniversary, we are likewise building new monuments to American greatness to serve every future president and First Lady. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. It's going to be completed very soon. And just across the bridge in front of Arlington Cemetery, we're building a magnificent, really beautiful. This is going to be something you're going to like, a totally magnificent triumphal arch to honor the 250-year triumph of the American spirit, American military, and frankly, American competence. In West Potomac Park, we are creating the National Garden of American Heroes, featuring 250 or more statues of the greatest Americans who have ever lived. It's going to be beautiful. And next week at Freedom Plaza, we will unveil the Spirit of 76 exhibition honoring the heroes and martyrs of the American Revolution. And remember, 1776, what a time that was. Where we've come from there, what a date it is. It's a date like no other date. from Athens to Rome, from London to Paris, from New York to LA, and from all of the other parts of the world. The great civilizations of history did not wallow in aging ruins of the past. They built new cities, they created new monuments, and they forged towering legacies that still inspire the world after hundreds and even thousands of years. As America turns 250 years old, young by comparison to some, but superior to any nation that's ever been built, no matter how many years it took. We are the inheritors of these incredible traditions. We are the ones who are carrying forward the light of Western civilization, because this is the very beginning of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. There's never been an age like this. There's never been an age like this. This anniversary is a time to be proud of our past, but it is also a time to lift our sights, expand our ambitions, and raise our expectations of what America can be. We will leave our children nothing less than the richest inheritance, most advanced civilization, and highest standard of living in human history. There's never been anything like it. But with all of that being said, the best is yet to come. Best is yet to come. I'm very pleased to be joined tonight by our great Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mike, thank you. Stand up, Mike. He's been great. Attorney General Todd Blanche. Todd, thank you. Secretary of the Interior, who works with me so hard on the monuments and the fountains. He loves it like I do. Doug Burgum. Doug, thank you very much. Secretary of Agriculture, and those prices are tumbling down. They're tumbling down. We inherited a mess. Brooke Rollins. Thank you, Brooke. Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling. Secretary of Transportation, you heard him, and he's great, Sean Duffy. Sean, thank you. Our wonderful Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. Acting Director of National Intelligence, Bill Pulte. Thank you, Bill. FBI Director, Kash Patel. CMS Administrator, and he's doing a fantastic job, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Ambassador Monica Crowley. Thank you, Monica. And countless members, so many members of Congress, I will not go over the names, and senators, we appreciate that you're here. This is a very special night. Thank you all very much, the Senate and the House. As you know, over the past few weeks, America has been proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and it's setting attendance records and television rating records like never before. Who would have thought this was going to happen? They would say it's not our primary sport, but it's happening. And I want to just congratulate my friend, FIFA President Gianni Infantino. He's been fantastic to deal with, and he's very happy. Everything is a record. It's like having a Super Bowl every day. And I know everyone joins me in wishing Team USA good luck in their match tomorrow against Turkey in Los Angeles. They're doing great. Every day of my administration, we're delivering one historic victory after the next for the American people. We're unleashing American energy dominance and drill, baby, drill. You remember during the campaign, drill, baby, drill. And America is now the largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined. And under my most favored nation agreement on drug prices, we are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history, with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Who would think that if you took down 0.5%, somebody said you were a genius, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800%? Nobody's seen anything like it. We had the highest drug prices in the world, and now we're going to be having the lowest drug prices in the world. And you think that was easy. It wasn't. For decades, Americans paid the highest prices. Think of that. There's never been a time where when I took this over, the highest prices, and now, just remember, you go to TrumpRx.gov and you get what you're looking for at prices so much lower that a lot of people don't even believe it's happening. We passed the largest ever investment in the United States military, more than $1 trillion. And this year, all made in the USA, we're going to be asking Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane and all of us, we're going to, and by the way, how good is our military? How good is our military? One week, Iran was essentially finished. In 1 hour, Venezuela was finished. And I guess we have other things in store, but we don't want to get carried away. Recruitment for every branch of our armed forces, so importantly, is setting records. 18 months ago, we had shortages, and now we have waiting lists. We couldn't get people to join the military. None of them, none of the branches. They were all dying to get people. They couldn't. Then the thing happened on November 5th. It's called a great election victory. And from that moment on, now you can't even get into the military. We have waiting lists to get into the military and to become policemen and to become firemen. It's really fantastic what's happened. The spirit in this country is like from a different planet from what it was a year and a half ago. In a flawless and breathtaking operation earlier this year, America's armed forces captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice. One of the great military raids in history, if you remember. And here at home, we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. We don't want DEI. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And I signed the largest expansion of school choice in history. And we have begun the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Thank you, Linda. Because we're sending education back to the states where it belongs. We banned the transgender mutilization of children. And we made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. We got men out of women's sports. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico after 350 years. They are 100 years older than we are. We named the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and restored the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it belongs. And tonight, right here on the National Mall, we are beginning the most unforgettable birthday party any country has ever seen. Oh, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good time. This evening, it's my honor to officially kick off the celebration with the Great American State Fair. It's going to be great. It's going to be unbelievable. So from today through July 10th, this event will showcase all 56 states and territories. There will be no military flyovers. And I want to tell you something, because they're going to be beyond flyovers. There'll be something like you've never seen. You get just a little tiny glimpse of it tonight. By the way, how good is our Air Force? How good is our... Nobody's ever seen those planes. They are serious planes. When the bad guys see those planes coming, they say, we give up. But we're going to have special performances, patriotic music, high-tech demonstrations, unique exhibitions, a FIFA fan zone, which is great, and it really has been big stuff, and even an old-fashioned rodeo. I love rodeo. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say he didn't fill out the arena. No, I'll be speaking. I'll be very proudly speaking as we ring in our 250th year with the largest fireworks display in world history, 10 times larger than any that we've ever done in Washington or in the United States. So if you like fireworks, then in August, we're going to have what's called the Patriot Games, a first of its kind competition featuring the greatest high school athletes from all across the United States. And applications are open through July 10th. These are the best athletes in the country, young athletes. And soon thereafter, we'll have a Freedom 250 Grand Prix right here in Washington around the Capitol. That's the great Roger Penske. Roger Penske. It's going to be an Indy race that they've been trying to get. He said, we've been trying to get it for 29 years. We came to Washington over 200 times. And with you as president, we came here half an hour and it was done. So we're going to have Indy wrapping around the Capitol, down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's going to be amazing. It's in August. In conclusion, 250 years ago, a new nation was founded by farmers and soldiers, shopkeepers and tradesmen who stood strong to defend their rights, their families, and their freedom from tyranny across the sea, from every city and town, from the mountains and valleys, from the backwoods and rocky shores. They came by the thousands to fill the ranks of American patriots and enlist their lives in the righteous cause of independence. That's what they did. This exceptional nation was forged and won by some of the bravest, toughest, strongest, most extraordinary people ever to stride the earth. Together we stand on the shoulders of incomparable heroes such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Paul Jones, John Hancock at Lexington and Concord, Brooklyn and Saratoga, Trenton and Yorktown, and at Independence Hall in Philadelphia. These real-life legends and American icons poured out their blood, sweat, and tears and risked everything they had to purchase and to live the most priceless and glorious inheritance of any people ever to be on this earth. They all lived by the oath that Patrick Henry made immortal: give me liberty or give me death. For 250 years, every generation of Americans have taken up this same call to freedom, from the storied alleys of Boston to the streets of Philadelphia, from the golden fields of Michigan to the gleaming shores of California, and from Texas to Florida to right here in now beautiful and extremely safe Washington, D.C. Our American ancestors fought and won the most vicious battles. They explored and settled the most dangerous frontiers and let no challenge ever break their spirit or their pride. They were proud to be Americans. They love our country. They look down on us now. They love our people. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the mighty Rockies, tamed the Wild West, and turned this continent into industrial powerhouses like nobody has ever seen. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, invented the airplane, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism. We're going to have to do that again. And led humanity into space. And we did it all in the span of just 250 years. Now we are expanding the glory of American freedom into into a horizon that's never been seen before. We've never reached so high as we're reaching right now. This is our heritage. This is our history. And this is the destiny of America, to be the greatest, most incredible country ever to grace the earth. We are one people, one nation, marching into one magnificent future under our great American flag that we love and respect so much. And tonight we prepare to enter our 250th year. We are more determined than ever to remember these phrases. You've heard them many times before. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Round, I said, young man. Never get down, I said, young man. Cause you're getting through town, there's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go, I said, young man. When you're short of the dough, you can't go there. To the YMCA, I know they can help you too. Come on, everybody, let me hear ya. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Well, they got everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Well, you can get yourself clean. You can have
Well, Elvis has left the building.
Left it.
Wow.
Yes.
He wasn't expecting
Oh
that.
my
He was
God.
like, wait, you don't have the song? Oh, okay. You're singing it. Okay. I kind of like the record better, but yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It works. It works. Wow. Man, oh man, oh
Well,
man.
well, you know what? If you don't feel any patriotism after that, you are a communist bastard and get the hell out of the country. I'm serious. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't feel it, get out. Get out.
Yeah. I mean, it's the contrast again. It's the word I like to use. You see what they did last night. You see what they've said today. I've got so much information to show you guys tomorrow. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, they are literally insane. And I'm waiting to find out. I know John Fetterman has been speaking out a lot. I mean, he called them the dirtbag wing of the Democrat Party. But I'm waiting to see Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren grow a pair, and call these people out as non-American, because that's what they are. They're not Democrats. They're not American communists.
Well, as long as the money keeps coming into their pockets, I don't think they're going to change. Honestly.
Wow.
I mean,
Bad for
yeah.
them. And it's funny,
Yeah.
like when I texted you, I'm like, you get many trolls tonight? Like, how could you
Oh, yeah.
possibly troll this? You hate everything. I mean, just it's insane. I looked at his schedule. I don't even know what he's got planned tomorrow. It's another full day of stuff. I was thinking the other day when I made a mistake and I was thought there'd be a press conference, but I don't see
Yeah.
a press conference on Slate right now. Do you?
Well, that I sent you Eric Doherty's story. President Trump's supposed to meet with Johnson tomorrow at 2 p.m. So that maybe it'll be some kind of press gaggle.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what he's expecting to get out of Mike Johnson. The House has already passed it, I think, 2 or 3 times. So it's the Senate that's causing the problems. I don't know, but they got
Yeah,
to
but
do
what
it.
am I reading that they're going on a 2-week leave?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
what? What in the hell?
I mean, they're all, with what the judges are doing and the Democrats and everybody else, they're almost forcing his hand to just pull the pin on the whole thing, because it's never going to get done. Not going to get done. There's
Yeah.
only a limited amount of time to get it done as well. I know you've had a long
Yeah.
day, so thank you. I'm going to read super chats and then get out
You're
of here.
welcome. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye bye. All right, so you get everybody out of here. Pekoski, today is garbage day, not Friday. Thank you, Pekoski, and Wave Walton. Thank you, Chiosop. The Democrats created a monster through indoctrination and importing the third world to keep power. They didn't count on the monster overtaking them. Nope, they didn't, and that's exactly what's happening. Let me see here. we from Long Island are going to end up, wait, did I miss one? No. We from Long Island are going to end up paying for all this because they're going to have, Hope will keep giving them money and we couldn't vote for it. Yeah, he can't do any of the stuff that he wants to do without Hochul siphoning money to them. Bielka, Trump is getting rid of rhinos and Mondami is doing the same with Democrats. Should be fun. Should be fun. Barry, are you a fan of Kyle McCartney music? Don't know, but now you're going to make me look him up. I'll have to look him up. Hakeem and Chuck are next. Yep, that's exactly what they said. Thank you, Chiosop. They want the city to collapse so their people can buy everything for pennies on the dollar and build the new Mandanistan like in Texas. There's some evil stuff happening there. Jonathan, Barry, my mom is crippled and has MS. She ended up with a staph infection and sepsis. Her foot fell off her body and she is dying. Please pray for my family. Abolish this. Wow. More important, let's pray for your mom. Yes, thank you for saying that. Wow. That's horrible. Hopefully she's got some comfort and you guys have some comfort as well. John, Andrew Jackson time. Indeed. John Robeson, MAGA base is 100%, 40 to 45% of votes. If we all recruit one person in the next 5 months, we can get this done. Recruit, the youth is open-minded to youth and Democrats. There have got to be some orphaned Democrats after last night. G. Fisher, Secretary General, is a cute title. He failed with Iran, doesn't care how much ass he has to kiss. Bielka, thank you. Representative LaMonica got pregnant to avoid jail. Sad. Nikki reminds me of my favorite meme. Everybody gangsta until the sky starts missing pixels. The V-2 bomber. Yeah, a lot of people talk about the sky missing pixels when that plane flies over. Chiosop, if we're not careful, hallelujah will one day be replaced by Allah snack bar. Both Dems and rhinos need to wake up or we will all be doomed. Can't disagree with you. Brian, I call it walking on sunshine when the drums started, a walking on sunshine. Yeah, I said it at the time that song came on. I produced and promoted Katrina and the Waves' first American performance, and they were good. They were very good. Brian, I'm comfortable with my life, but can't get past July 3rd, 1998. I accept that day, but I will never forgive F. Iran. Pekoski, my dream America, libtards. He actually, who was it? Scott Duffy, Sean Duffy came out and called them libtards. Loved it. Gray man, hey man, haven't seen you in a while. Just had to say howdy, and if we get up this way, I'll pick up some Tenorite and we'll literally have a blast. I'd like to do that. Penny, thank you for showing this historical event. Thank you for tuning in. Fume Jammer, as a New York State resident, I predict the GOP won't even field a candidate to run against these socialists. You might be right. I mean, they're pretty much entrenched at this point. Patty, God bless you, Barry, for showing us and bypassing the gloom of the news. In these times, we need inspiring moments like this, powerful reminder of everything worth fighting for, God and your beloved America. Yeah, I was going to wait until he came out, but I saw people were enjoying it, the music and the performances, so I went with it. Good choice. Buddy Sanders, so glad the millionaire leftist quit. Who needs them? Talented people in uniform makes them look like idiots. Yeah, the show is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. I didn't miss Martina McBride. Nope, not at all. Didn't miss any of them. I'm wondering when Vanilla Ice is playing now. Jeanette, Barry, who needs to be the overpaid singers who didn't want to come? The Marine Corps band is awesome. Yeah, I got to find out when Vanilla Ice is going to be performing. Farah, that's what commies want. God, people out, the Muslims, radicals in. That's why they raise taxes, because they want the whites gone, not everyone, because they're not paying any taxes. Brad, pass the Save America Act immediately. I completely agree with you. Neo, hello, sir, ma'am. I still haven't found out whether Neo is a woman or a man. An awesome celebration. Thank you, Barry and team, for sharing. Thank you, Mr. President, for the patriotic event. Happy birthday and God bless America. Thank you very much, Neo. And that's probably SB telling me it's a woman or it's a man. Brian, what was the song that people said name the tune that the orchestra played? I think they were referring to Nessun Dorma. I could be wrong, but I think that was the song everyone wanted to hear. But what is SB telling me? Vanilla Ice. Friday at 7 p.m. Thank you, SB. Friday at 7 p.m. I don't know if that's going to be broadcast, but we shall see and figure out if it's going to be broadcast. We will definitely show it. I might have to do it over at Rumble because I don't want to get too much trouble from these people here, but Friday at 7 p.m. That'd be great. All right, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.
you.